didn't ask for it, just but you know what those are, and even if we have an unspoken, you know what that is. So um, be with each of those situations and just direct us today in that precious name. Amen. Okay, it looks like the chat line's back up. Okay, so lesson 19. Why did it went? Did it go all the way? Okay. I was gonna say I didn't think that was up there. There we go. Okay, guys. Shh. Lesson 19. Wisdom and character. What is character? That's what we're going to kind of try and find out through this lesson. What is character? Shh. Okay, your first category in your book, Gabby and Doug, please stop. Your first category in your books is the characteristics of supernatural materials. Okay, and then it goes into the next. The main sub point of that is living by feelings, our old nature. Okay, a lot of times we live by our feelings. Okay, Galatians 5:19 to 21. It says, "Now the words of the flesh are manifest, which are these: adultery, fornication, uncleanliness, lasciviousness, idolatry." Doug, quit. Which, huh? Okay. Witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulations, or effort to match or surpass a person or achievement, typically by initiation. Wrath, strife, sedition, or conduct of speech inciting people to rebel against the authority of state or monarch. Heresy, envyings, murders, drunkenness, revelings. Okay? Revelings is having a great time or delighting in something. And such like of the word of the which I tell you therefore, as I have also told you in times past, that they which do such things shall not inherit the kingdom of God. Okay? So these are characteristics. These words in Galatians 5:19 and 21 are related to us acting by our feelings. Okay? Because of all this. In today's society, in the news today, you hear a lot of um, sedition going on, where people are trying to encourage others to do wrong. Okay? Others to riot, trying to get others to riot, trying to get others to protest, trying to get others to do things that don't necessarily need to be done. Okay? A lot of times those protests that I was just talking about are meant for bad versus good, even though they come in under the umbrella of we want to get something changed. Shh. We don't want to. We want to get something changed, but we want it done our way, not in a good way. So we protest, and then we cause more problems than what we would if we would have just done it in a proper manner. Okay. So hopefully you got this. If not, go to Galatians 5:19 to 21 and copy those down. Galatians 5:22 to 23 says, "But the fruit of the Spirit is these: love, joy." Guys, ladies, please stop talking, okay? Love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance. Against such there is no law. These are characteristics of living by faith. The new nature. The ones in the previous verses are of the old nature. When we get saved, these are what we should be wanting to live by, okay, and striving to do so. Avery and amethyst, that's one, okay. Did you get those? Okay. Everybody done? Now, your next category in your book talks about the consequences of proper and improper behavior. The results of lack of character. Proverbs 10:12. Can we have this discussion later, ladies, please? I think that's the third time, plus you got to check. Okay? Proverbs 10:12 says, "Hatred stirreth up strifes, but love covereth all sins." Okay? So, a result of lack of character is that strife is going to be stirred up. You've been around situations where someone has stirred up a problem. In those situations, okay, Isaac, sorry, but the hat, okay.
It's all right. His hat's pretty good.
In those situations, have you ever just sat back and tried to figure out or noticed why someone was bringing up the strife issue or the problems? Okay, Doug? Okay. And Derek, keep yours off too. Thank you. Okay. Have you ever just tried to figure out why? And generally, it's because that person's character. Okay? Generally, it's because of a selfish motive. There's something selfishly involved in that issue. And whatever, I mean, you can't pinpoint it right now, but when someone brings up strife next time, sit back and just look at what's going on. Proverbs 17:5 says, "Whoso mocketh the poor reproacheth his maker, and he that is glad at calamities shall not be unpunished." So here, they reproach God, and they'll get punished. Okay? A lot of times we don't see that punishment come right away. And we wonder, is God really doing something? is God involved? Sometimes we ask, and because we don't see the immediate consequence happening. Well, rest assured that God is there. God is in control, and those that are doing it will get their punishment. Okay. Next, Proverbs 11:22. As a jewel of gold in a swine's snout, so is a fair woman which is without discretion. So, my book had this for the answer as golden jewelry in a swine's snout. It's not something you generally see. Okay? Um, okay? Next one. Proverbs 11:2. When pride cometh, then cometh shame. But with the lowly is wisdom. So a result of lack of character, pride's going to sit in there. Pride's going to come. Pride's going to come because, as I said a little bit earlier, these strifes are coming because of lack of character, and lack of character is because we are of a selfish nature in those situations. And so selfish nature is going to bring on the pride because you're proud of what, yourself in this, and you're boasting about it, and it's going to lead to shame if there's any ounce of character in that person. Proverbs 28:13. He that covereth his sins shall not prosper, but whoso confesseth and forsaketh them shall have mercy. A person that lacks character will not prosper. Will not prosper. Now, we look at it and say, well, they are very successful in life. Okay? Well, in the world's eyes, they may be successful. But the prospering is not going to happen in God's eyes because a person like this that lacks character. Is it just me or do you guys hear a rumbling? Okay. I don't know, it sounds like somebody's out here with, revving or whatever, or there's a heavy aircraft flying over or something, or my first thought was an earthquake. My first thought was the sound of an earthquake coming, but maybe it was. Maybe it was a slight tremor. Okay, Proverbs 11:16. Shh. Now, here are the results of good character. Shh. A gracious woman retaineth honor, and strong men retain riches. So the results of good character, according to this verse, honor and riches. The riches may not be earthly riches, but they will be heavenly riches. Okay? Godly riches. And because of the godly riches, earthly treasures might come along with it, if you can handle it. Remember, God only gives us what we can handle. Okay? Proverbs 17:22, the same, we're going down the same verses, just good character versus the bad. A merry heart doeth good like a medicine, but a broken spirit drieth the bones. Good character heals the heart, makes a person glad. Huh? Oh, one that we memorized? Yeah. Okay, next one. Shh. Hey, don't start, please. You guys doing pretty good there. Letter C. Next one. Proverbs 19:22. Shh. The desire of a man is his kindness, and a poor man is better than a liar. Kindness. Person that has good character is going to show himself or herself with kindness. Or we could put into their steadfast love about things. Okay. Next one, 27. The just man walketh in his integrity. His children are blessed after him. Blessing's going to come. Next verse, 28:14. Happy is the man that feareth always, but he that hardeneth his heart shall fall into mischief. Happiness is going to be there. Blessing. Okay, so in looking at these, okay, looking at the comparisons between these, the one thing that was sticking out in my mind was, shh, guys, the ones that lack character are going to be in a, well, what's the right word? They're not going to be happy. Okay, they may show at times that they're happy, but the overall picture is going to be an unhappy picture. But those that do have character are going to be of the happy nature in life. Shh. So you can judge people or judge somebody's character just by, or look at somebody and figure out what they are just by the kind of character. Okay? Now, this one's a short lesson because we're already at the teacher's lesson, and we'll pick that up tomorrow. Um, but take heart of these verses. Take heart of what we just got done talking about. Shh. Are you of a good nature or are you of a bad nature? Okay? Weigh yourself and judge yourself and change things if they need to be changed. Okay? Okay, DLs, that's going to conclude it today. So tomorrow we'll finish this lesson on, or at least the teacher's lesson part of it, work on it next day or two. Okay, we'll see you in science, DLs. Have a great day.
and clear your desk. Ricky, clear your desk. Amethyst. Guys, just stop talking. For those of you in distance learning, we're taking our quiz that was sent out, so make sure that you are listening for the dictation portion of the quiz. Okay, everyone turn to the dictation section. We'll go through that quick. Okay. Number 13, unnecessary. Unnecessary. "14, liaison. Liaison. "15, omitted. Omitted. "16, breathe. Breathe. 17, breath. Breath. 18, weather, as in the, what is it? whether as in two choices or as in an introductory word, like whether or not this, we didn't know whether they were going. Weather as in the weather outside. Or the weather today. Philippines. Philippines. Just saying now, it's not Philippians. It's the Philippines. Simile. Simile. 22. Dessert. Dessert. As in, what is your favorite dessert? My favorite dessert is cheesecake. Or red velvet cake. You're saying red velvet is disgusting, but you like black licorice. 23. 23. Quite. Quite. As in, the weather is quite cold right now. Oh man. 24. Similar. Similar. And then 25. Quiet. Okay, I'm going to go through these one more time. Make sure you have the correct ones. 13. Unnecessary. 14. Liaison. 15. Omitted. 16. Breathe. 17. Breath. 18. Weather, as in two choices. 19. Weather as the weather outside. 20. Philippines. 21. Simile. 22. Dessert. 23. Quite. 24. Similar. 25. Quiet. If you're done, you can come bring it up into the tray. Once you're done, you're able to look over your literature before we take that reading quiz. guys, be looking over your literature. Make sure you know the author, the characters. Yes. That's not going to be a question on the quiz. You know your hair grows when you sleep? Your hair grows when you sleep. Your nails grow, your hair grows when you sleep. Alright guys, those of you with the quiz, you have about 2 minutes before you got to turn it in, so make sure you finish up. Make sure you look at the setting. You tell me. The setting is the background information that tells us where we are, what time of day. Okay, don't say it. Okay. Don't say it out loud. Raise your hand if you still have the quiz. All right, 2 minutes. Look over your quiz or look over your literature, and then we'll take the quiz. Shh, guys. Adrian, you ready for this? Are you ready for this quiz? Yeah, I've only been talking about it for the last 5 minutes. Just look at your story. Shh. Guys, stop talking and look over your book. Adrian, I just said stop talking. You need to know the time, 10:30. Have you seen that video of I Miss My Hour? I'll look it up and show it to you after. All right, guys, go ahead and clear your desk. Yes. Went from 44 to 46. Shh. Guys, clear your desk. Take out a sheet of paper. Normal paper, please. right, guys, shh, no more. Go ahead and start answering the questions that will be on the screen momentarily. Most evilest. What is going on? All right. It's not really working. I don't know why it's... Shh. Okay. I'm just going to ask it. Okay. Who wrote The Silver Mine? Who wrote The Silver Mine? Shh. Guys, stop talking. Actually, Avery, can you step out for a sec? Get out of here. Shh. Do your best. In anything, you have to spell things correctly, but if you don't absolutely know the spelling, do your best. It's just a general question. Or a general rule about anything. You want to do your best to spell things correctly. That's fine. Okay, number 1 was who wrote The Silver Mine. Number 2, what was the name of the king mentioned in the story? The king, the name of the king. Number 3, what country was this set in? What country was this story set in? In the beginning, it tells you of a city, but if you looked at the definition, it tells you where the city was. Yes. The country, the country. You need to write the country, not the city. It says it in your book. Number 4, what occupation was the peasant who told the king the story of the mine? So we got there. He walked into the vestry or the church. What was the occupation of the peasant who met him there? Number 5. Oh, that one's supposed to be multiple choice. Sure. A, mayor. B, parson. C, banker. D, courtier. That was number 4. The occupation. A, mayor. B, parson. C, banker. D, courtier. A, mayor. B, parson. C, banker. D, courtier. Number 5, how many of the townsmen had found the mine? How many people found the mine? Nope. This one's pretty simple. Your book or your story clearly outlines how many people found the mine. Number 6. That's including the narrator or the story, who was telling the king the story. Okay? Number 6. The king said that the kingdom is better served with men than with what? A, copper. B, learning. C, money. Or D, soldiers. Kingdom is better served with men than with what? A, copper. B, learning. C, money. D, soldiers. Those of you in distant learning, we're taking this quiz, so make sure you write the answers on a sheet of paper and then send that in by the end of today. Okay, we'll go through these one more time. Number 1, who wrote The Silver Mine? Number 2, what was the name of the king mentioned in this story? Number 3, where was this story set, in what country? Number 4, what was the occupation of the peasant who told the king of the story of the mine? Number 5, how many of the townsmen had found the mine? And number 6, the king said that a kingdom is better served with men than with what? Okay, once you're done, you may turn it in. Mhm. Yesterday. Mrs. Carl, I'm sorry for being toxic. All right, guys, tonight's homework is to read pages 233 to 237. Just change what it is. It's A. Yes, sorry. 233 to 237. A, copper. Yeah, A, copper. B, learning. C, money. Or D, soldiers. So tonight's literature homework, shh, guys, listen. Everyone sit down. We're not quite done yet. Tonight's literature homework is to read pages 233 to 237. It's the cobbler and the rich brothers and the brothers. So make sure you read that. Go ahead and take out your vocab. Oh, there it is. Okay, everyone turn to list 9. List 9. Okay. Look at page 69, spelling list 9A. Some more commonly misspelled words, so make sure that you are studying these. Anxious, apparatus, apparent, comparative, completely. Number 6 is pronounced environment, but it's spelled environment. Okay, grammar. Number 8 is pronounced hemorrhage. Number 9, inoculate. 10, playwright. 11, politician. 12, Portuguese. 13, recommend. 14, sophomore. 15, specimen. 16, through. 17, together. 18, until. 19, vengeance. And then 20 is holy. Not like Jesus is holy, but like a whole thing. Okay? Look at page 70. Okay, tonight for homework, you're doing 1 through 6 2 times. Make sure you're writing the vocab words and the definitions. I'll say the word, you say the definition. Okay? Abate. Abduct. Appease. Censure. Condemnation. Condemnation. Number 5, condole. 1 through 6. And then corrode. Okay, so 1 through 6 twice. And then we'll go over grammar tomorrow. Let me look at what we have. Yes. Okay, yeah, we'll go over vocab or grammar tomorrow. Sorry. But tonight is just vocab and literature. Okay? Are there any questions? Literature is page 233 to 237. I'll write it on the board. Vocab and spelling, vocab and definitions, numbers 1 through 6, 2 times. List 9. Okay, you guys are dismissed.
TV? I got you. All right, Rick, keep your chair down. Andrew, keep your chair down. Shh, everyone quiet. Okay, we're going to pray real quick. Finish the notes. Again, there's only like 4 notes left, so let's be quiet. Finish the notes. We're going to review for a possible quiz. Okay, and then that'll probably be it for today. Any prayer requests? Shh. Okay, competition in your family still. Okay, pray for that. Any other prayer requests? How's driver's training going there, Isaac? Man, you look a little depressed saying that. Dude, you been okay lately? You haven't been okay lately. We missed you, man.
Well, I mean, he lost a family friend yesterday.
I know, man. I'm here for you. I'm here for you. Praying for you. All right, any other prayer requests? Shh. Yes, sir.
It's not a prayer request, but how's the pastor doing?
He's doing a lot better. He's not perfect yet, obviously. But he is out of the hospital, still on an oxygen machine, so he has the tubes through his nose. He's just kind of building up his strength. He'll have a checkup at the hospital in like 6 days now. And if he gets cleared and his strength's good enough, then he can start the process of coming back. So probably the earliest he'll be back is maybe like 12 days. That'd be the earliest. So maybe by Easter, but probably not. I don't think so. I'm a realist, so realistically, I don't think he's going to be back to like mid-April. Because he's a little bit older. Obviously, he's a little bit bigger. So it's going to take him longer to gain his strength back and stuff. So, yep, that's how it is, man. But he is cleared from COVID. He doesn't have it anymore. He tested negative, so that's good. Now he's just recovering from pneumonia in his lungs and coughing so much because he was coughing a lot. So he probably has scarred lung tissue and everything. That's how it works. All right, any other prayer requests? Yes, ma'am. Today and tomorrow, driver's test. All right, we'll pray for that. Safety of her, wisdom. Okay, let's get it. Get that driver's test. She was just testing it out yesterday. Yeah, right. All right, here we go. Okay, we're going to pray, and then we'll get started. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for the beautiful sunlight, Lord, you've given us. Thank you for all the kids that are here. Please help all the kids that are at home, whether they're sick or whether they don't feel safe or whether their parents just want them home. For them to remain diligent in their studies, Lord, to remain honest in all their work they do and not to cheat and everything like that. Also, please allow them to be able to remain with the school connected as we're going to be starting next year and hopefully have them back in person as distant learning will probably hopefully be done by then. Also, please help Sophia, Lord, with her competition. Give her safety in that. Allow her to remember everything, all the routines and everything they've practiced. Also, please help her family through this time as they're still recovering through everything, all the situations going on. Please help Isaac, Lord. Just give him strength through the day, Lord. Give him comfort through the day. Also, give him wisdom as he's still doing his driver stuff. Keep him safe on the roads and everything, Lord. Also, please help Lena, Lord, as she's going to be taking her driver's training here today and tomorrow, for that to go well, for her to learn a lot, for her to be patient and to understand what's going on, to be able to apply it on the road, to be safe from everyone else, for her to be able to learn quickly and have fun doing that. Please help everyone else in the class, Lord. If I missed any other prayer requests, just bless them. Allow us to have a good day today, to finish up our notes and our quiz probably tomorrow. Please just bless the kids, Lord. Give volleyball a safe trip today as it's a little bit longer away. For them to have a good game, to continue to learn to work together, to become better at the game of volleyball, to really learn to listen better and to learn from their coaches, from their teachers, and just to build a new atmosphere that maybe we haven't seen before. Bless these kids. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. What's up? Yeah. Against Gethsemane at First Baptist. Yep. No. You're playing Gethsemane at First Baptist. Yeah. It is an old facility, but at least they have a gym. I mean, we don't have a gym, so. I'd rather have a gym than no gym. That's all I'm saying. All right, here we go. We don't have a lot of notes left. This is where we left off. We have a few more people to talk about. We have a society to talk about. Isaac, you can get your notes from me or a classmate. You'll want to have those for a quiz tomorrow to review. Okay, we're going to finish this quickly and then be done. All right, next person we're talking about is Charles Kingsley. Okay, remember we talked about, Doug. Okay, remember yesterday we talked about a Christian socialism, which kind of doesn't really go together. Okay, but it's basically people saying, hey, let's believe in some of the Bible so people can be a little bit better, but I don't want to believe in everything because I still want to do my own thing. Remember us talking about that? And how they did that to be like a socialist, but they call it Christian socialism. It doesn't really work together. But Charles Kingsley was one of the leaders with this. Okay, he was also a popularizer in Darwinism. What is Darwinism? We talked about that yesterday. Basically like a type of belief in evolution. Okay, Charles Kingsley wrote sermons, pamphlets, and novels to support this Chartist movement. Okay, you want to know him, what he did. Be familiar. Okay, but this is going to make this new society. Okay, a society that was taught by socialism. Everyone good with this note? Shh, till we're done. Okay, we had this Fabian society. Avery, you'll want to get those notes if you didn't already. There you go. Okay, Fabian society. This taught that socialism should be achieved gradually, okay, through time, through a series of what they called reforms, which included pensions and food subsidies from the government, which the elimination of private property and a government-imposed minimum wage. Okay, again, socialism controlling everything. Okay, put it away. Just put it away. No notes. Huh? Well, then put it away and do it later. We'll finish notes. You can do that later. Okay, but we have that. Know the society, what they believed in. Okay, our next thing is George Bernard Shaw. He was a writer. And Sidney and Beatrice Webb, which were the socialist advocates. Okay, these were like the speakers. Okay, these are the people that founded the Fabian Society. Okay, we talked about two people who kind of started and were the forerunners of Christian socialism. Okay, these were the people, the writer, George Bernard Shaw, and the people, the talkers, advocates of the Fabian Society. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Well, if you weren't looking at the sticky note, Gabby, it's okay. I forgive you. Forgive all you guys for the torment you put me through every day. It's true, man, but it's no, I'm not saying everyone's cheating, and I'm not saying you guys are cheating in math all the time, but I do know a lot of you do cheat, and I don't catch everyone. On this one?
Yeah, I can't.
Shh, can you guys not read it, or is there a glare?
It's like usually you have like the points. Yeah, it's separate.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry,
That's how I was.
sorry. I mean, you've never asked me, man. I'm okay. PlayStation, because that's what all my brothers have, so. It's the same. Xbox isn't any better. Now PC does run. PC runs faster. All right, here we go. Shh. Okay, again, these were the founders. You guys should already have this. Okay, moving on. Okay, which brings us to our last thing of this chapter, this belief system during this time in this English empire, in this area of Europe. Okay, modernism. It did begun in Germany with faithless theologians who believed that the Bible was merely a beautiful myth and full of errors. Okay, this is what modernism was. Okay, again, we see England separating itself again from God. Okay, becoming themselves. All these different beliefs that are basically all anti-believing in God. Okay, is again believing in the focus of man rather than him. Modernism is the last one, kind of the end of this area, what they believed in during this time. Okay, which all kind of goes to atheism, denying the book, denying Christ, the Son of God, denying God the Father as a creator. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, that is the last note. There will be no section review homework tonight, so you can enjoy that. But I believe we will have a quiz tomorrow, so you might want to pull out a sheet of paper. I'm going to tell you in a second if we have one. All right, you know what? There's going to be no quiz tomorrow either. We'll have a quiz over the next chapter once we start it, probably on Friday. Okay, but we won't have a quiz tomorrow either. Okay, give you guys a little break right there. Make sure your homework's turned in. I am going through those essays. It does take a little bit of time, certainly because I have homework in every grade every day. Okay, but I am grading those. We are probably going to have, as we're getting into that World War time here soon, okay, we're going to be coming up to that project. So if you want to start researching stuff now, okay, if you don't have your syllabus, you should have kept that. Okay, it has all the details that you want to know. Okay, you can start researching yourself now so you're prepared for that project once it comes. Because once we get there, you're going to only have like 2 or 3 weeks to do it. Okay, it's not going to be like, hey, you have till the end of the year. So start doing it now. If you don't remember the details, you want to go back and look at your syllabus. If you don't have one, ask a classmate that doesn't have one. If you really don't have one, I can give you another one, but I might charge you because I feel like it. All right, that is the end of the notes. Okay, that is no homework, no quiz tomorrow. Discipline learners, let me know if you have any questions. I told you today was quick. Again, we will probably have a quiz and start a new chapter tomorrow. Again, start preparing for that project. You guys can refer to the syllabus for that. Okay, we are going to be coming up on that in the next couple chapters. Hopefully you guys are ready for that. Okay, that is it for today. Let me know if you have questions. I'll leave the chat there so I can see, but I will go off the stream. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, welcome to geometry. Let's go ahead and get started. We're on number 7. Number 7. Why? We are told to prove that a rectangle circumscribed about a circle is in fact a square. So we have rectangle ABCD circumscribed about circle O. So then that makes ABCD a square is what we're trying to prove. All right, so first thing we're going to do is actually get the diagram where everyone can see it the whole time. Let's see, which one is this? Here we go. Yes, we all need the full screen diagram right now. Okay, minimize this. I need to just leave this program running. How can I like hold down shift to where it like makes it guaranteed to fit the right size and then it still messes up the diagram? Whatever. All right, here we go. Guys. So, guys, we have 3 proofs. How long this takes is entirely up to you. 3 proofs is in, that's about the same as what I've been doing. So if you guys just stop talking, we can be done. All right, so number 1, we have our given. It's there. Number 2. Let's see here. We have a rectangle, so we know that with a rectangle, AB plus CD must equal BC plus DA. Oh, actually, this has nothing to do with a rectangle. The sum of 2 opposite sides of a circumscribed quadrilateral is equal to the sum of the other 2 sides. I don't even know.
Can you just say the other side?
No? I mean, probably. Actually, I don't know. This is kind of obscure, but this is from a proven statement, I think. Exercises 312 number 12. If that has not been added to your proven statements, you probably should, seeing as it came up again. Oh yeah, it's in there. Or at least it's supposed to be in there. Cool. Alright, so with that, one other thing that we need to do just kind of as a housekeeping thing. If ABCD is a rectangle, well, what else is it? Correct. By definition, a rectangle. A rectangle is a parallelogram with a right angle. Okay. Now, we know that with the parallelogram, opposite sides are equal, right? Okay, so that means AB must equal CD. Whoops. And BC is equal to DA. Yes, you were correct. I'm just copying it from the book. Opposite sides of a parallelogram are equal. Let's make sure we're not talking, please. Thank you. Now, because AB equals CD, I can plug in one for the other. So in step 2, I can say AB plus AB is equal to BC plus BC. Which, of course, then we can simplify, because then that means I have 2AB equals 2BC. All right, which then means that AB equals BC. Which makes it a square by definition of a square, which is that it's a rectangle with 2 adjacent sides equal. All right, cool. Cool. All right, so rectangle circumscribed about a square or circle is a square. This is something that needs to go in your proven statements, so please make sure you go through and add that. The thing that's highlighted on the screen. All right, number 11. Prove that the radius of a circle inscribed in an equilateral triangle is 1/3 the altitude of the triangle. Okay. So what we're going to work with here is we have an inscribed circle, so we're saying that its radius, in other words, ON or OM, must be 1/3 the altitude. Remember, the altitude is the perpendicular from the vertex to that side. So it has to be 1/3 cm or an. Okay, so that's the idea here. Let me go ahead and get that pulled up. What's that one? That one can get closed. Make the current window hover. Shrink it down by like a lot, because like that's ridiculous. Okay, not like that. I swear I know what I'm doing. Alright. So here we go. Alright, so number 1, given, it's up here. We have equilateral triangle ABC and inscribed circle O. So then, number 2. What? Oh, right. Okay, so because this is an equilateral triangle, we know the altitude must pass through the center of the circle. Okay, does that make sense? So we're going to draw. They kind of gloss over it in this proof, but that's okay. COM and CON. Wait, what? That can't be right. AON. Rebecca. All right. Now, angle ACM would have to equal angle BCM. Why? Okay, I don't remember that one, but that's okay. All right, so here we go. Angle ACM equals angle BCM, and angle BAN is equal to angle CAN. Whoops. Because tangents drawn to a circle from an external point make equal angles with the line joining the point to the center of the circle. So a couple things I've glossed over here with this proof that I would probably have added an extra couple steps for. If we can behave ourselves for like 2 minutes, that'd be great. Seriously. Okay. Couple things that this thing glosses over is A, because it is inscribed. That does mean that all the altitudes pass through the same point, which will be the center of the circle. We proved that back when we talked about triangles and all that in the first place. The other thing that it kind of glosses over, but that I'm going to mention, is that when something is inscribed, that means you have tangents. That's what inscribed means, because it's tangent at one point. Okay, so they're kind of assuming both those things, but we're moving on to number 4. Now, CM then bisects angle ACB, and AN bisects angle BAC. Yep, definition of bisector. It cuts it in half. Now, they are altitudes. Actually, this just gets way easier. So CM and AN are medians and altitudes of triangle ABC. I feel like this should have been done before step 3, but we're moving on. The angle bisectors, altitudes, and medians of an equilateral triangle are all the same lines. And this is from exercises 2.25, number 1. Alright, so honestly, yeah, that probably should have been sooner, but we're not getting into that. Alright, so we've established then that these are in fact the altitudes. Because it's an altitude, what is it? What does it need to be an altitude? Yep, CM is perpendicular. That's why they didn't mention their altitude sooner. Okay, anyway. I still think that 5 should have been after step 2, but we're moving on. Okay, but by establishing that they're bisectors, that means they must be the other as well. Oh, I get it now. Nope, I've been talking nonsense. Okay. Derp. Okay, we drew 2 lines because we can. Okay, and I'm going to back up because I've been explaining it wrong. Okay? The proof is correct, but I've been explaining it wrong. We drew 2 lines.
No, I was gonna ask what exactly is incorrect, and you said you would.
Okay. So we drew 2 lines because we could. We didn't put any conditions on those lines. But then, because it's tangents through the center of the circle, because we specifically made it the center of the circle, we could prove that they were equal angles. Because they're equal angles, we had angle bisectors. Because I have angle bisectors, I have medians and altitudes. So instead of drawing the altitude in the first place, we just drew lines through the centers, knowing we can make angle bisectors. My bad. I was saying it wrong. Thank you. All right. So now we have an altitude, which means we have perpendicular lines. Okay. Now, real quick, just housekeeping thing. OM is a radius of circle O, to everyone's surprise. Really? Okay, it's not definition of radius. Okay, the line perpendicular to a tangent from the center of the circle is a radius of the circle. Why? Okay. Now, radius, OM, plus CO equals CM. Yep, whole equal sum of all its parts.
Can't you do that for AO equals
I'm not sure if the other one comes into play or not, but we'll talk about that. Yeah, the other line really doesn't come back into play. I'm actually not sure why we dealt with it in the first place. I'm not sure why we bothered with AN.
Isn't it to make equal angles?
Yeah, but why? You only need to do it once. Yeah, I think they had already drawn the diagram and just decided to try to justify it. All right, number 9. I don't know, I could be wrong. Watch, I'll have to go back and re-explain something again. All right, so CO is equal to 2/3. What? Oh, this is why. This is why we needed AN. Ha, told you. Told you I'd end up finding something for it. All right, because we have 2 medians, we know that the point they both pass through, in this case, point O, okay, has a special quality. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and make my statement, and then I'll explain the reason. 2/3 CM. That's not what I want. Medians of a triangle meet at a point 2/3 the distance from each vertex to the midpoint of the opposite side. This is why we needed it right here. Because we have 2 medians meeting at that point O, we know that the remaining distance, CO, it has to be 2/3 of the line. Because now CO is 2/3 the distance from CM, AO is 2/3 the distance of AN, and then if we were to draw it, BO would be 2/3 the distance from B to the other side. Yes? We're getting there? Yeah. Okay. So radius, OM plus 2/3 CM equals CM by substitution. Guys. So then I just subtract 2/3 from both sides, and we're done. Okay? Because the radius of the circle is 1/3 the altitude of a triangle ABC. So the entire reason for the second altitude, median, whatever, is specifically so we can say reason 9. That's the reason we drew AN. Right, Gabby? And Douglas?
Would you subtract?
And Derek? I know. Okay, so stop talking and focus. Thank you. 2/3 CM. You subtract 2/3 CM from both sides, you get 1/3 CM left.
Oh, I didn't see the equal sign between them. Okay, I get
All right, number 12. All right, other way now. Let me close this and make this one active. Instead of proving, we proved for the radius of the circle inscribed in number 11 and number 12. What we're doing is we are proving. Can I move this? Thank you. I know. I have to. Rip. Ha. Ha. I didn't even mean that. Okay, anyway. No, the program I'm using to keep the window always on top, all it can do is record another window. So I just have to click off, but now this window stays on top. Okay. So we're to prove that the radius of the circle circumscribed about an equilateral triangle is 2/3 the altitude of the triangle. Okay. So now we're dealing with a circle on the outside of the triangle. Same idea though. Okay. So we have our given. It's on the picture. Here we go. We're going to draw OM perpendicular to AB and OM perpendicular to AB, ON perpendicular to, yeah, okay. It's going to be very similar, yes. All right, so one perpendicular can be drawn to a line from a point not on the line. So that's what allows us to do that. Now, we also know that MO must bisect AB, and that NO must bisect BC. Because the perpendicular drawn to any chord from the center bisects the chord. That's from Corollary 35.3. So we don't use that one a lot, but it's there. Okay, so MO may be extended to C and NO to A. Because the perpendicular bisector of the base of an isosceles triangle, mind you, equilateral is isosceles, will pass through the vertex. We proved this in exercises 2.8, number 6. Do you see why we're doing some of these together? Because, like, trying to find all this is kind of a pain. Make sure we're only on the dock. I don't understand what's so interesting. Okay, but settle down, please. What? I thought you said something. Oh, okay. No, that's fine. I was talking to the other two. All right. So we proved this in exercise 2.8, number 6. So that allows us to make sure that they go through the vertex. Because then these are perpendicular bisectors, because we drew them that way, then that makes CM and AN are medians and so help me, and altitudes of triangle ABC. It's a slightly different, but yes. Same overall principle, yes. But the wording is different. All right, now, CO and AO are radii of the circle, right? Huh? No, we never established it. We mentioned that we could extend the line, but we never established that they were radii of the circle. This is just definition of radius. All right, so because they're with the radii, there are 2 points. No, sorry, excuse me. CO equals 2/3 EM and AO equals 2/3 AN because the medians of a triangle meet in a point which is 2/3 the distance from the vertex to the midpoint of the opposite side. Okay, so what we kind of use toward the end of number 11. Again, very similar. All right, any questions? Cool. Homework tonight. First of all, let me address last night's homework. I never did get the proof to you guys on time, so that's my fault. So that has been added, and that due date has been moved to tomorrow. So just make sure it gets in. But you are being given a couple new ones today. Today is Tuesday, right? Yep. Okay. So real quick, in exercise B, you are doing numbers 1 and 4. No, sorry, no. 4 and 6. 4 and 6. 4 and 6. Diagrams are attached on the assignment as well as here in the doc, along with your give and improve. All right, so I will leave that up on the screen. Here, I can't zoom in anymore, can I? Can I do 250? Nope, it caps out at 200. All right, that's as good as it gets. So there you go. There's your diagrams. These two are what you're doing for homework tonight. That should be in Google Classroom. Let me check. Yes. So those are there. They have the give and improve statements. And then again, I have updated the one that was supposed to be due today with the give and improve ideas there. All right. So distance learners, I'll see you guys later.
Okay, quiet. Okay, next question is, what is the electrode through which electrons exit an electrochemical cell? It is called an anode.
I was correct.
Okay. What's the electrode through which electrons enter an electrochemical cell? The cathode. What English scientist discovered that mechanical motion can directly produce electric currents by the magnetic force? Huh?
It's some weird name.
Michael Faraday.
Oh yeah, about 4 days.
What device uses electromagnetic induction to produce electricity?
Calendar.
Generator. Okay. Okay. Let's get into electric generators. Number 2, your simple AC generator. This is a machine that produces alternating currents. AC generator, alternating currents. That's the AC. Okay. Now, AC, the simple AC generator is the simplest common generator. Okay. Of those that produce alternating current. An AC generator, similar to an AC electric motor, because it contains an armature, it contains a field magnet, provides the magnetic field, and it also contains the slip rings that keep the wires from twisting. So that's the familiarity. Remember, in the electric motor, it had those 3 compartments. A generator produces electricity when it is moving, obviously. Turn it on, it's going to produce it. Make sure all phones are put away. Shouldn't have to say it, should I? Phone? Do you have your phone out? You don't? Look like you were looking at it. My fault then. My bad. Okay. Now, smaller AC generators called alternators recharge your battery. So on a car, if your battery's going bad, okay, and I experienced this myself. We were driving home one night from my wife's folks to our house, and our battery, we didn't know was going bad. And by the time we got home, we noticed that the headlights were dimming and etc. Well, the next day there was no battery, or even when we stopped, we noticed that there was no headlights as we pulled into the driveway. What kept the car going was the alternator. Okay? So it was producing enough electricity in the car to override the battery, okay, to keep things going. But once the car stopped, the alternator stopped, electricity stopped, we had to go get a new battery. Okay, so this is kind of a backup, but keep in mind, it has to be moving for that to work. The simple DC generator. It's a machine that produces pulse DCs by replacing the slip rings. Okay, so the slip rings are what keeps the wires from twisting. Here you don't have it. It can be easily modified to produce pulse DC by replacing the slip rings with what's called a commutator. The current in the loop still reverses halfway through each motion. The commutator switches the wires at the same time so that the current always exists or exits the generator in the same direction. Okay? So it's kind of, in this perspective, if it's going this way half turn, the commutator is moving the wires to match the spinning of the armature. Okay? and therefore that's why the wires aren't getting twisted. Generators use a simple loop as the armature or a coil armature for the greater efficiency. That's why you see the kind of the coil loop there. The only difference between the simple electric motor and the simple generator is that motors use the electricity to produce movement, okay? Whereas a generator uses movement to produce electricity, okay? Before I forget, Avery, need to make up a quiz, okay, from Friday. So if we can do that tomorrow, I'll give you another day since you weren't here for 2 days, okay? Quiz 22, wasn't it? I think so. Quiz 22, so you do have a review sheet for that. Okay, back to that. Thank you for that little commercial. Okay, then you have the MHD. Okay, the induction in a fluid. Well, in the 1830s, Faraday discovered a method of generating direct current by electromagnetic induction. Because electricity is generated by electromagnetic induction whenever a conductor moves through a magnetic field. Okay, so we saw that the other day that the induction of the magnet going in between the coils created the friction, created the electricity that was going on. He realized that the conductor does not have to be a solid, but it can be a liquid or a gas as long as it conducts electricity. So the same kind of perspective that he was finding out with solid, he's now finding out with the liquids themselves. I have 2 of those slides, okay. So a device in which a conducting fluid passes through the magnetic field at high speeds is what we call the, now get ready for this word, magnetohydrodynamic. That's the MHD. Magnetohydrodynamic. Say that fast 3 times.
Try to say toy boat fast. You can't. Toy boat. Yeah, you can start saying toy boat.
Okay. So, now, the advantages of the MHD, and now you know why they abbreviate it MHD. Being simple and having no moving parts is they are different only if extremely powerful field magnets are used. Shh. Hey, quiet. And the flow of velocity must be very high. Okay? So that's the only difference. That's the advantage of the MHD. Okay? And once again, the magnetohydrodynamic generator. Okay? The MHD. Okay? Yeah, it does. Well, when you say the word, it almost it's like a medical word that you can't pronounce, you know. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Okay. Go back to magnetohydrodynamic. Just as it's spelled. Magneto, hydro, dynamic. Well, technically, they do. Because they run on gas. Oh, water?
Yeah, like people have invented like all kinds of crazy stuff with like
Um, Ricky, girls, quiet. Technically, part of that is still true because what do you have to put in your radiator? Water and antifreeze, so it doesn't freeze up. But you have to put the water in the antifreeze and the the water in the radiator. Excuse me. The radiator takes the water through the engine along with the gas. Okay, so technically, it does run on water, but it has to have the gas for the thrust.
Why don't you just make solar powered cars?
Huh?
Why don't you just make solar powered cars?
They're coming on it. They're coming up on it.
Dude, another sun army.
They got the electric cars now, so they're in there. Okay, pretty soon you're gonna have on top of the cars these solar panels. Solar panels. Okay. Yeah, and that way when you drive under a bridge for a or into a tunnel, you're gonna lose your power and you're gonna kind of have to coast for a while until you come out, and then you pick up your speed.
No, I think that's while you're driving. So you still have battery charge while you're still in there. But then
Well,
you
yeah,
get the sun
it's gonna recharge.
to it again.
I'm sure it's probably coming somehow, some way.
Do this,
Okay,
and I don't need Elon Musk.
then do it.
I will.
Okay, energy sources.
I will.
Shh. Where does this? Hey, gentlemen, where does this energy come from? A generator requires an external source of energy to turn it. Okay, you have to have the gasoline, you have to have the propane or whatever the electricity to run it based upon what its needs.
Solar panels.
Okay, so start with the steam turbine. This is a device that spins at very high speed when the high pressure is passed through its power plants around the world. Okay, so you have a steam turbine that creates the electricity. You have a gas turbine that produces it. This is a device to turn generators instead of steam into smaller power plants by burning the fuel. Steam turbine, gas turbine. Now, the force of rushing water, okay, can also turn generators. A hydroelectric power plant consists of a large dam that obstructs a river, forming a large lake behind the dam. Okay. Now, water from the lake rapidly flows downhill through a large pipe, striking the water wheel like a device, and in turn it's turning to produce the electricity in the generator. So, steam turbine, gas turbine, the rushing of water, wind turbine, just like our wind plant down here, okay? Uses turbines turned by a giant windmill, okay? So those windmills, the windmill farm out here by the desert is creating power, okay? That windmill farm that's just east of us here provides electricity for all of the Coachella Valley, okay? And maybe even spreads out a little bit more, but I know specifically it provides power for the Coachella Valley. That's down there by Palm Springs and all that, if you didn't know that. Concentrating solar energy is another way, okay? So I'll go back. I'll rehash after we get this one. Which uses light from the sun to heat water or oil that turns a turbine, okay? So all these new houses that are being built here on on Wilson, they all have solar on them.
That's crazy. Like a couple years ago, it was just like
Yeah, all those houses down Highland Springs all have solar. Okay, so here they are again: steam turbine, gas turbine, rushing water, steam turbine was A. B was gas turbine. C is the rushing water. Your hydroelectric power plants. Okay. Okay. I'm catching them up. Okay. Just bear with me. Ready? D, wind power. E, concentrating solar energy. And F is the photovoltaic or the PV cells. They convert absorbed sunlight directly into electricity.
Solar panels contain?
What?
Is this what solar panels contain then?
Basically, to some extent. Okay. Now, number 3, or
Transformers, Optimus Prime.
I wished I could be.
I like Bumblebee.
What are those guys that can just bend all over the place? What are they called? All those people? Contortionists. Contortionist. I wish I could be a contortionist right now because I would change into a transformer. Okay. Now, a transformer. This is changing the voltage. Okay. Transformers is a device that increases or decreases the voltage of the alternating current using electromagnetic induction. So it's taking all this energy that it's receiving, changing it into usable source. What is a transformer?
A car that turns into a giant robot.
Okay. It consists of an electromagnet wrapped with a second coil of wires. Okay. When the electromagnet's field changes, we're almost done, its lines of flux move, causing them to be broken by the second coil, which then induces an electric current in the second coil. Okay? The electromagnet is the primary coil, and the separate coil is your second coil, which are wrapped around opposite sides of the iron core, shaped like a square donut. So you have this, and so on one side of it, you have the primary coil, the other one you have the secondary coil. Because of that wrappage, if you had them together, you would not get the energy that you need. If the second coil contains exactly as many loops as the primary coil, the voltage in the second will equal the voltage in the primary. Common sense. Okay? Because the equal sign between, if they're wrapped the same, okay? But if they're wrapped differently, sit up in your chair, please. If they're wrapped differently, one has more, one has less, etc., then you are not going to have an equal voltage. Okay? Isaac? Isaac.
Can I attack him? Can I stab him? Doug, step on his head.
Stop. He's moving. He just fell asleep.
Fall out of his chair. You guys are great. You just died. Adrian, you got fall out of his chair.
No, he just literally went. Yeah, he fell out of his chair. He literally just died.
Jack, come and help me. He's a heavy boy.
He's a
He's a
heavy one.
chunky boy.
Don't waste your ambulance call yet.
No, he started doing this with the water and he said my heart rate. I think it's a great voice.
Putting you on interruption for a minute, Dios. Hang on. Okay, DLs, we're back. I wasn't sure what was going on at the time, but Isaac just fainted.
He died.
Okay, he actually zonked out for a little bit. Okay, fell out of his chair, but things seem to be okay right now.
Hey, yo, check your phone, bud. Check your phone.
But
Blowing you up yet?
the positive to all this, at least he didn't jump over a curb or a bush at this point.
Wow,
Okay.
you just had me, though. Dude, check your phone.
Okay. Okay. We're good. Let's continue on. We got about 6 slides or 5 slides to go. Shh. But you're good? Okay.
Next thing you hear is douche.
Yeah. Okay, so here it is. We're talking about the wrapping of the coils from the secondary to the primary. Adrian. So by adjusting the ratio of turns in the primary and the secondary, any desired output of the voltage is obtainable. So you can change the voltage just by changing those wraps of the coil. There's 2 types of transformers. You have what's called a step-up transformer. Okay. This is a transformer that increases the voltage of a current. Okay. So the definition goes right with the word. It's stepping up, it's increasing. Okay? Or number 2, what do you think? Step down. Decreases the voltage. Huh?
Yeah, Mr. Brown, there's 2 types of transformers. There's the normal transformers and the Decepticon. Can you go back one?
Okay. Step down. Yeah. Okay. Now, shh. Step up. Hey, class, we're not done. Sit down. Those are the 2 types of transformers. Now, shh. Hey, all these transformers, these ugly power line type towers, okay, power lines, is what we see out back here. These are what's transporting that electricity from one location to another. Obviously, the resistance happens in there. Okay, electricity flowing through them dissipates at called the joule heat. Okay, so your homework tonight. Section review is 11.3. Your notes are due tomorrow. Doug, when are notes due? Tomorrow. Tomorrow because you still have 11.3 to do. Okay? So I'll go on that basis. When we finish our last homework, then you turn your notes in. Okay? Okay. DLs, keep the power going. Keep it turning. Keep it going. Don't. Never mind. Have a great day, DLs.
All right, welcome to, oh, hello. All right, there we go. Welcome to Algebra 1. Let's turn down that volume a bit. Check. All right. 6.8, multiplying polynomials. Adrian, zip it. Thank you. Right as I start trying to teach, you start, like, basically shouting. No, we're done. No, don't start with me. Well, maybe listen the first 5 times then. Okay. 6.8, multiplying polynomials by, you guessed it, polynomials. Now, this is basically going to be an extension of FOIL, okay? The only difference is there's going to be way more terms, so we won't have a nice, neat little acronym for it, okay? But essentially, the trick is multiply everything by everything. Take the first term, multiply it by everything in the second thing. Go to the next term, multiply it by everything in the second thing. Go to the next term, and so on. You just extend the idea. So just as a review, we are taking, and I'm just going to say it different ways now. We're doing the exact same thing as what we've done before. But I'm taking this first term, and I'm distributing it to everything inside the second set of parentheses. So I get 10x squared plus 8x. And then I take the second thing and distribute it to everything inside the parentheses. So we get 15x and 12. We combine any like terms we may have. And we get 10x squared plus 23x plus 12. Now that should look very familiar. Okay? And ideally. Ideally this looks very familiar. Now, here you'll notice that there's 3 terms instead of 2. Okay? Again, same idea. We're going to take this first term times everything and the second. So I get x cubed minus 3x squared plus 7x. So far, so good? I'm just multiplying the first term times everything over here. Yep. Okay, then, hold on. No, I'm trying to change pen color. All right, then I'm going to take the second term and multiply it by everything in the second set of parentheses. So plus 2x squared minus 6x plus 14. Make sense? Okay? So it's one of those, it looks worse than it is things. Okay? And then now we go through it and combine like terms. So I'm not going to try to change my pen color again. We have negative 3x squared plus 2x squared. Okay, notice that x cubed is not going to have anything like it, so we just write x cubed. Negative 3x squared plus 2x squared is? Yes, negative x squared is correct. All right. Yeah. 7x minus 6x is positive x. Okay. And then finally, there's nothing like 14, so we just bring that down.
Okay, so so it's possible to get 2 inside down.
Huh?
Yeah, because you did the 3 and the 3.
Oh, 2 middle terms. Yes. Okay, I was trying to figure out what you were talking about. All right. You good? All right. Example C is the same thing as example B, except doing it vertically for some horrible, awful reason that we never ever do in this class. Moving on. D. All right. We're going to go through and do this one. Again, I'm only showing horizontally because there's no reason to deal with vertically. If this were chapter 1, yes. This is not chapter 1. We've been doing this. All right. Or doing something like it. So here we go. We're going to take that first term times everything in the second. So 3x times 2x squared becomes 6x cubed. There we go. 3x times 3x becomes 9x squared. 3x times negative 1 becomes negative 3x. Then we go through. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Look, you try working with this pen. It is not exactly simple. So, what? Not you. The program decided to just... I didn't. Okay, so then we get 2 times 2x squared, 2 times 3x, 2 times negative 1. Hi, we're in class. Thank you. So we get plus 4x squared plus 6x minus 2. All right, make sense? Okay. Now, I'll show you guys in the next one, but if there's 3 of them in the first one, then you just do it a third time. That's all it is. Does that make sense? So you're just taking it piece by piece. Now again, as we simplify, there's nothing like x cubed, so 6x cubed. We have 9x squared and 4x squared. That gives us 13x squared. We have negative 3x and positive 6x. Whoops, I went too far with that box. Anyway, we get positive 3x. And then there's nothing like negative 2, so it comes down with us. All right, don't lose your negatives. Okay, they do matter. Negative lives matter. Okay, if you want to use that phrasing.
Hashtag my life.
Yeah, no. Letter E. Example E. Silence yourself, please. Guys. Shh. X squared times x squared is?
X4, or, yeah,
X to the fourth. X squared times 5x is?
5x squared.
No.
5x to the third power.
5x cubed, correct.
Oh, because x cubed went back.
X squared times negative 6, Adrian, is what?
-6.
You want to expand on that?
X. I got it right.
No.
I love how I.
Squared. Pay attention.
Oh.
Okay. Now, then we go to the second term. Okay? So we're going to have x times x squared, which is?
X cubed.
X cubed. X times 5x is?
5x squared.
And then x times negative 6 is?
Negative
And then, okay, that was delayed. Hold on. This is not as easy as it looks. All right. So, hold on. Nope. Back up, because you're wrong. We have negative 3 times x squared, so we have negative 3x squared. Negative 3 times 5x is negative 15x. And negative 3 times negative 6 is? Positive 18. Good. All right. So let's go through and start combining like terms. There's going to be nothing like x to the fourth, so we'll just copy that down. We have 5x cubed and x cubed, and that's it. So we get 6x cubed. We have negative 6x squared, positive 5x squared, and negative 3x squared. So negative 6 plus 5 is?
-1.
Negative 1. Thank you.
X squared.
Negative 1.
Plus 5.
Guys, stop. Negative 1. Now we have to take care of the negative 3. So negative 1 and negative 3 gives us? Negative 4. So we get negative 4x squared. Finally, there is negative 6x and negative 15x, which gives us? Negative 21x. Good. And then we have positive 18. Example F. Now, the reason why we bring all this up, or part of why we brought all this up, is remember that if we have something cubed, we essentially then have x plus 1, x plus 1, and x plus 1. So we're going to multiply the first two together. That's just FOIL. We're used to that. Actually, you know what? I'm going to multiply the last two together because then it'll be in order, and that bothers me. So x plus 1. And then here, I can just do FOIL. So we get x squared plus x plus 1, or in other words, 2x. Okay, makes sense? I don't feel like rewriting it. All right, so then we go through and multiply. X times x squared is x cubed. X times 2x is 2x squared. X times 1 is x. 1 times x squared is x squared. 1 times 2x is 2x. And 1 times 1 is, any guesses?
0.
Okay, 1. All right, so x cubed, there's nothing like it. We get 2x squared and x squared, so we get 3x squared. We have x and 2x, so we get 3x. And then we just bring down our 1. All right? Hold up. What just happened? Oh, rip. I typed the original wrong. Okay, if it were a positive sign in the middle, as shown on the slide, this is the correct answer. In the textbook, it shows you what happens if you get a negative in the middle. My bad.
Yeah, you did it wrong. It's supposed to be
Yeah, if I had written it down correctly, the method is still the same. So I'm going to leave it. Yes.
What if it's not a cube? Like, what if it's like 4?
Then you do it 4 times.
Okay, but can you do example
No, but would you do like the right 3 times or like 2?
Huh? I did example F. The only difference is that it's positive instead of negative. It's the same. It's the same process.
I don't care.
Guys,
never mind, I see what it's doing. If that equals 16,
Adrian or Austin. Shh. Dude. Chill. Guys, still waiting. Now, I'm going to real quick go through the way it was written. Now, to be fair, that was the correct answer for the way it was written on the slide. Okay? So, again, same idea. Stupid thing. Yeah, prisoner view. Okay. Actually, that's my changing the setting. Anyway. So, again, we're going to have x minus 1 times x minus 1 times x minus 1. So, same idea is going to happen here. We're going to take x minus 1. Then we're going to FOIL it. So first is x squared, outer is negative x. We know we're going to end up with negative 2x, so I'm just going to do that. And then we're going to get positive 1 for our final result. Okay, negative 1 times negative 1 is positive. Austin, we're squaring it. That's why I took the shortcut. There is technically an in-between step of x squared minus x plus 1. Okay. Moving on. So we go through and distribute each thing like before. So we get x times x squared. We get x times negative 2x and x times 1. So x times x squared is x cubed. Make sure you guys are watching the screen, please. Thank you. X times negative 2x is negative 2x squared. X times 1 is positive x. Then inside we get negative x squared, positive 2x, and negative 1. All right, so far so good? Okay. So then we have x cubed minus 3x squared plus 3x minus 1 is our final answer. Yes. Your homework tonight is practice 6.8 blue. Practice 6.8 blue. A couple of announcements coming up that we need to address. I'm going to see, hopefully yellow shows up on here. Review, excuse me. Seriously, I could have been done like 5 minutes ago if you just stopped interrupting me. Thank you for your permission. Review page 199 will be due on Friday as well. And then you will have quiz 19 over 6.5 through 6.8 on Friday with that, okay? The reason I'm bringing all that up now is because distance learners, I will not be coming back on the next 2 days. They're just work days for the review. So 6.8 practice, your review is due Friday. Very quickly, this one is a unique review, and I saw the note in my book, so that's why I'm mentioning it now. Okay. First of all, the blue are 5 points each because it's just how smaller this, or how much smaller this review is compared to normal. But the bonus, I'm making 3 points each instead of its usual 1. Okay, so there's not a ton of bonus on here. That's why I did that. Okay, so make sure you guys are doing that. I would highly recommend doing the bonus this time if you don't normally. And then again, quiz on Friday. So this lesson 6.8 blue is due tomorrow. But then the other assignments on screen are due Friday. All right, are there any questions? All right, distance learners, I will see you guys later.